Okay, we're trying this again. We are trying this again. Hopefully this works. I spent the time since the last stream. We don't have, unfortunately, I had to spend time fixing things here and getting things fixed. So we have to cover this now. Well, the last stream is not happening. I'm sorry, but hopefully this stream works. We are here to cover the primary runoff election in South Carolina, where Darline Graham, oops, what happened here? Hang on a second here. I'll show you. Look. Oops, I don't want to hear noise. Where Darline Graham is facing Ralph Norman. There you go. So we're going to have live election results for you. I also have video from the Darline Graham campaign rally event thing. Hold on, I'll put that on. Let me get that up there for you. What I need to do, though, is what was the last thing I needed to do here? So hopefully this will all work. I am in Barcelona, Spain. It is 12:09 a.m. here, but the plan is to bring you coverage as I normally do when I travel. It's just that it usually takes a couple of streams for me to figure out everything that's going to go majorly wrong and fix it. So I just spent a bunch of time doing some fixes. Now, let me show you the video we have. Then I'm going to say hi to you and everything. So the video is going to be right. Hang on, I think it's going to be there. Is that where it's going to be? Let me just make sure here. Hold on a second. Oh, hold on. No, not there. We want it to be there. Oh my gosh. And this is where? Where is this event? Where in South Carolina is this event I'm about to show you? Let me just pull this up on the screen. This is going to be in it's definitely in South Carolina. Columbia, South Carolina. Hey, look, it's Columbia, South Carolina. Can we get some sound? Wow. Oh my gosh. Why is that a little washed out? I know why it is. I'm going to fix that too. Fixed. So this is live in Columbia, South Carolina. Okay. Beth Tudor Eskridge is here from Columbia. All right, we'll turn off the volume on that right now. So again, this is, it'll be interesting. YCB is from near Columbia. So Darline Graham, remember, is the sister of Lindsey Graham, who passed away in July. Is this primary a big deal? Yes, because basically whoever wins this will get the seat. And also, it's been a national story because Darline Graham is running. She's the sister of Lindsey Graham, and she's been endorsed by President Trump. But some people think that she is not experienced enough for the seat. Where is the chat here? Hold on a second here. I gotta be able to see this over here. All right, so I'm going to be taking your comments on the air, and we're going to be, hold on, let me do this. Can I do this here? Something else I should do just to have it on the screen is this. Give me 2 seconds here. Give me 2 seconds here. I want to put another screen up just so I can have it up there to show you in the background when I need it. There it is right there. Okay. And let me just do a quick adjustment here. Getting everything set here. Okay. Now, Swami 1 thinks Darline Graham had a disastrous debate. Well, there was a question that she answered where she was asked about Taiwan and the South China Sea, I believe. And she said that, I believe, national security wasn't her thing. I'll try to get you the exact quote, but that got a lot of attention. I'm going to pull up right now. I should actually show you. DDHQ had a summary of what was going on that I thought would be helpful for you. Right here. All right, can you see? Hold on. This. There you go. We got to put that. This should not be above this. Hey, by the way, I appreciate everybody tuning in. I really appreciate everybody tuning in. And we're going to have election results. And we're going to be taking your comments on the air. And by the way, thanks to Holy Earth and FF9S6B2, who says it seems undemocratic for the sister of a late senator to basically inherit the position by way of presidential endorsement. Well, they are going to vote for it. The South Carolina voters have their say. So we'll see what happens. But thank you to FF9 for sharing your view and for your support. We'll have to see what the South Carolina voters say. Thanks to our moderators, we have Ruth is moderating on YouTube, and Haley Girl, and Deadwing, and Beth Mythical over there on YouTube. On Twitch, we have Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, and Matthew Kohai 3 moderating there. Thank you so much. And also, give me one quick second here. What's going on here? I kind of want to put this over here. Better. Also, thanks to oh, hold on, I need to adjust something here. Thanks to Recovering Too Slow for subscribing, and Patention for subscribing on Twitch. And also Linda Bell, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. And I also want to thank our Facebook moderators too. Everything seems to be, I don't even want to say it, but everything seems to be working better than it was last stream so far. Facebook still having some issues. Facebook having issues, guys. Well, I'll have to thank the Facebook mods in a little bit because Facebook is having issues. What can I say? Make sure everything else is working. Yeah, everything else seems to be working. Okay. But we have had people like, some of our moderators on Facebook are people like Andrea Holder, Kay Lowry Body, Darren Charlo, Michael Fergal, and others. Now, let's look at Holy Misfit thinks Norman needs to win no more Grahams. Reading some comments from our viewers right now. What are the polls predicting up to now? We're going to talk about that in a second. We're going to give you a little background in a second. Frank in the Box says Democrats want Darlene to win. I don't know that Democrats have a preference generally. Guess it depends on the Democrat, maybe. Don't know. Thanks to Sarcasm BTC for being a member. Yeah, so, and just a little quick background here. A little quick background from me. So, periodically, I do go away. And right now I am in Barcelona, Spain. But when I go away, I bring my whole setup with me so I can do streams on Agenda Free TV when I'm away, like tonight. However, that can present some technical difficulties, especially when I've just gotten somewhere. So we tried to do a stream an hour and a half ago or a couple hours ago, and I couldn't even do the stream because there were things that just started not working correctly. So I spent the time in between that stream and this stream fixing stuff, or at least trying to fix stuff. And hopefully things go okay. But if there's problems, or if it doesn't look exactly or sound exactly like it does when I'm in my permanent studio, please, I ask for your patience. I'm doing the best I can. And hopefully, usually when I'm traveling, I can eventually figure it out after a couple streams and get things to where they need to be. So that's my intention is while I'm away to basically stream on Agenda Free TV just as much as I would if I were at home. But I had to make some adjustments since the last stream. So hopefully this works. I'm glad people are saying it seems a little better than the previous stream. I apologize we couldn't do the previous stream, but maybe we can talk about those topics at the end of this stream. But condolences to the family of Dolly Parton. That was one of our topics, but we'll have to maybe wait till later to talk about that. Okay, and I appreciate you being here. So let's check out right now this. I'm going to give you a little background here. You can see right here, this is from a DDHQ. They say South Carolina's special Republican primary runoff for the U.S. Senate is the main event of tonight's contest, a contest that was precipitated by the death of Republican Senator Lindsey Graham in early July. President Trump endorsed Graham's sister, appointed senator, who's the appointed senator now, Darline Graham, to mount a bid for the full term in her brother's old Senate seat. President Trump endorsed her to be appointed by the governor of South Carolina, which she was. She doesn't have really a political background and a politics background. But she was appointed to fill the seat for the remainder of his term, but there's a general election for that seat in November. DDHQ says, it remains to be seen if Darline Graham can close the deal, even with Trump's endorsement. A debate blunder last week may have opened the door to Representative Ralph Norman, her runoff opponent, asked about the importance of Taiwan to U.S. interests, and I think about the South China Sea. Graham replied that she was not that informed on national security. Trump has stuck with her, campaigning on her behalf. We covered a rally last week that Trump did for her. So Graham could still very well win. but she risks becoming the first Trump-endorsed candidate to lose a Senate primary in 2026. You can see DDHQ says no Trump-backed Senate candidate has lost yet. We have only had one poll of this race, of this runoff race, which was the election equivalent of a sprint with the primary on August 11th and then the runoff on August 25th, after no candidate won a majority. But that single survey from GOP poster Trafalgar Group found the two candidates deadlocked at 48%, portending a potentially very close result tonight. Graham led in the primary vote. She got 33% to Norman's 25%, but her debate gaffe and lingering uncertainty about her views could help Norman beat her. If Graham does hold on, we may point to not only Trump's endorsement, but her sizable edge in outside support. Groups have spent about $5.3 million backing her, compared with just about $500,000 helping Norman. Okay, so that's a little background there from DDHQ. So we will see. Will Darline Graham win with Trump's endorsement or not? Hey, thanks Dodger Blue to you and Laura LGS for being members and Tone for being a member. Bacon Farts says we need people who know what they're doing, get her out of there. So I guess Bacon Farts would prefer she didn't win. We have some in the chat who I think want her to win and others who don't. Vic K thinks it's more like a 50-50 race. Let's see here. Hang on a moment here. X Sunshine says she's so incompetent, but so is everybody else. I got to pull one other thing up here while I'm preparing here. I'll put this over here. Put this up here. Put this over here. So we're gonna be keeping an eye on these returns as they come in. Just in 34 minutes. In 34 minutes. We have the election results coming in. Beam Me Up says, what are her qualifications? I'm going to show you some more background about this race while we have a second here. Here. Let's see if this works. Darline Graham vies for South Carolina Senate seat with Trump's clout on the line. That's what Reuters says. I don't know if his clout is really on the line, but there certainly will be some new judgments, updated judgments about the specific level of his clout. I'd be interested to be in South Carolina and know how people think about this. I don't know. Christy Claff thinks that Graham would be a rubber stamp for Trump. I'm going to show you some background about her, by the way. Let me show you this though first. So Reuters says voters in South Carolina will decide whether they want to establish a Graham family dynasty as they go to the polls today. In a Republican primary pitting Darline Graham, Senator Darline Graham, current senator, after she was appointed by the governor I think in July, against U.S. Representative Ralph Norman. Graham, 62, is the sister of Lindsey Graham, who died at the age of 71 on July 11th, having served in Congress for 31 years, 23 of those in the Senate. She subsequently was appointed to fill out his Senate term that expires at the beginning of January. Tonight's primary will decide whether current Senator Graham or Ralph Norman will be the Republican nominee in the November 3rd election. President Donald Trump has endorsed Graham and held a rally for her Friday in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where he placed the spotlight on himself and proclaimed, "I am on the ballot" on Tuesday. This will be yet another in a series of tests of Trump's sway with the voters in midterm elections. Okay. One former Senate Republican aide, noting Graham's lack of political experience or strong base of supporters, said the election could turn on whether Trump can push her over the line just on his endorsement. Trump, in a posting on his Truth Social network, defended the power of his candidate endorsements, but without giving specific names. One day before the primary, he added that the few such candidates who lost were endorsed only because of his loyalty to them. It was almost impossible for them to win, but I felt obligated to go with them because they were, in my opinion, good people, he wrote. Meanwhile, MAGA Inc., a super PAC that supports Trump, has spent over $800,000 in support of Graham. If Norman becomes, they also say, Reuters, if Norman becomes the nominee in South Carolina and goes on to win a November election, he has a reputation in the House of Representatives, where he currently serves, of putting up resistance, at least temporarily, to some Republican leadership demands, which could preview how he would operate as a senator. For her part, Darline Graham used the rally to try to recover from what has been cast as a debate misstep when she said she was not knowledgeable about national security issues on which her late brother had expertise. Guilty as charged, Graham proclaimed at her rally. Instead, she focused her remarks on domestic issues, including Trump's immigration clampdown and anti-abortion advocacy, matters that are likely higher on South Carolina voters' list of concerns than foreign policy. She had never held public office until her appointment to the Senate. Again, she had never held public office until her appointment to the Senate, having previously held positions advocating for persons with physical disabilities. And also, just to mention this, the article says that Norman, where is this here? Why is that off? Hold on. When I do this, you should still see something there. What are you not seeing? Hang on here. Oh, I know why. There you go. That's why you couldn't see it. There you go. If you look at here, it says Norman, 73, a longtime real estate developer, has spent nearly a decade in the U.S. House. He mounted an unsuccessful bid for governor, finishing third in a June primary. Norman does support many of Trump's initiatives, by the way. All right, so I just want to read you a little background on the race. But again, Darline Graham had never held public office before she was appointed to this Senate seat. 28 minutes till the polls close. Jean-Pierre Castro says Darline all the way. Tiberius, too, says she has Donnie's endorsement. That's good enough for me. Thanks to Frosty for being a member. Hey, look, it's the Darline Graham watch event. We have that as well. I mean, she's not appearing right now, obviously, but Waltham Math says the 50 million citizens of SC will decide who gets the seat. I believe, yeah, I think that during the debate, I believe if I have that right, she at one point said there were 50 million citizens in South Carolina, although she might have misspoke. I mean, I haven't really read up on that specific comment. I know I will sometimes say things that I didn't even realize I said, and then people will shout at me in this chat, and I'll be like, oh my gosh, I didn't even know I said that. So anyways, I can't say.
Deciding today between late Senator Lindsey Graham's sister Darline Graham and five-term Congressman Ralph
Eater of World says, I think it's going to be a close Darlene win.
as they were going out to vote themselves, and they both say they feel pretty confident.
Mr. Bigley Uncredible says, obviously she knows there's not that many people in South Carolina. Give me a break. I don't have my Agenda Free TV mug with me. I didn't bring it to Spain with me. Oh, you know what I don't have here? I don't have my chapstick. I need to get my chapstick. Let me disappear for about. I'm going to disappear for about 7 seconds and grab my chapstick. Hang on.
While others told us that they felt like Norman had a better of the issues that now whoever wins this race will face off with Democrat Dr. Annie Andrews come November. But in deeply red South Carolina, whoever wins this race today will be the favorite going into the general election, Blake.
I'm muted. Sorry. I'm muted. So I normally I don't like doing like who will win polls because it just becomes like a popularity contest and it's not that interesting. But this is a Republican primary. It's not Republican versus Democrat. So should we do a who will win poll? We'll see. We'll see what people say. A bunch of people want us to do a poll. Mr. Bigley Uncredible says, let's do it so chat can be wrong again. More people are saying yes than no. All right, maybe we'll try a poll. It's actually good for me to do it, just make sure everything is working here. Who will win? How about will Darline Graham win? Yes or no? Very simple poll. Will Darline Graham win? All right, I just posted it on YouTube. Now I got to post it on Twitch. All right, it's posted on Twitch. Now, do I even have the poll graphic here? Hey, thanks so much to Shaf. Thank you, Shaf. Was that Shaf there? It's all the color is weird on my screen here. Yeah, Shaf. Thank you, Shaf. I appreciate that. Shaf says I've seen enough. A Republican will win. Thanks, Shaf. I can't post the poll on Facebook right now because Facebook is having issues. It's very strange. For some reason, I can't even load Facebook. Is Facebook down? Or is it just something weird on my end? I'll check down detector. It's some weird thing on my end, I guess. Oh, now it's loading. I just loaded for me. Facebook just loaded for me. Breaking news. All right, so I do need to post the poll on Facebook. It is not, Facebook is not banned in Spain. But it seems to be slow in Spain. Okay. The one thing I'm wondering though is I don't know if I have the poll graphic set up here. Let me just see. Do I have it set up here? I may have to do that. I think I'm going to have to set up the poll graphic after the stream because I don't have it set up on my portable setup. I don't know if I have it. Is it here? Yeah, I got to do that after. Sorry about that. People are going to be upset. No poll graphic right now. I'll have to do it again. After the stream, I'll fix it so I can do it in the future. All right, so let me show you guys what people are saying about this. First of all, let's get away from this shot. Let's go back to this one. And then let's go to, I said to you guys, I said in the poll, I said, who is going to, will Darline Graham win tonight? Now, on YouTube, here is the current result on YouTube. 55% on YouTube say yes. 45% say no. On Facebook, 57% say yes. 43% say no. And on Twitch, just to let me get this up there for you so you can see the Twitch poll result. 61% say no. Who will be correct tonight? I think rather than this election being a test of President Trump's weight with the voters, I think the real test tonight is between who knows more about politics, Twitch chat or YouTube/Facebook chat. I think that's the real question that we're going to answer tonight. We'll have to see. Pontius Pirate thinks Twitch chat is never wrong? I don't know about that. All right, but we do have a disagreement. We only have less than 19 minutes till the polls close. Again, for those who do not know, I am in Barcelona, Spain, but I brought my little setup with me. So this is the first stream I tried to do a stream a few hours ago, and it was my first stream I had done from here, and things were not working properly. So I had to stop the stream and fix some things. So this is really our first proper stream from here. But my plan is to stream just as much here as I would back home. So when news happens, my plan is to come on the air and stream, albeit in a different time zone. So it is a 6-hour time difference. But I think I'm more on US time. Anyways, that's the plan. But please bear with me if there's any kind of technical difficulties. All right, so as I mentioned, we have a difference in opinion. Thanks for voting in the poll. But Twitch says Darline Graham will not win. YouTube says she will win. And I think Facebook said she will, but I'm going to check it in a second. Let me just get rid of these. And I do have to get the poll graphic for later. Now, okay, so that's that. That's that. And then over on Facebook, the result was 59% yes for Darline Graham. Now, let me just do this. Hey, thanks to Will Stauff, 1528. Thank you, Will, for the support. That's really nice of you, Will. Thank you. Also, I Am Charlie. Now, I Am Charlie mentioned the betting markets, and I'm going to do a quick check right here and see. Where is the why is this all weird? Oh, now I see what's happening there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the other DDHQ. All right, there's the Darline Graham event. Now what I need to do is do this, get this back to 100. Okay, and then put this on the screen. Okay. Yeah, so Polymarket and Kalshi, according to DDHQ, they both right now have Darline Graham at roughly a 57% favorite. That's what I'm seeing. And then here is, we'll be following this on DDHQ Votes. The DDHQ Votes platform. Is it still in beta or not? I don't even think it's still in beta anymore. DecisionDeskHQ.com. Okay, so we only have 15 minutes left. Mo Anthony says, hope Darline, oh, did Mo say that? Someone said, hope Darline wins. No, Eater of Worlds said that. They are both Republicans. This is a Republican primary. Ralph Norman is a current representative. G. Slayer thinks Darline Graham will be a rubber stamp. Now, this could be, I have a question. Was there mail-in voting for the runoff election? I have to look this up. I don't know how that's done. Or is it all just like, is there early voting? Or is it just all day of voting? I guess the best way for us to find out is to look up I'm going to show you something else too, is to look up on the South Carolina website. Okay, hold on. I'm looking it up right now. This is South Carolina Election Commission. Okay, get your vote early. You could vote early between August 19th and August 21st. You could vote early. There were it looks like there were 3 early vote days. Then you could mail in or return an absentee ballot. I don't know how many absentee ballots are out there or were requested or how that worked. And then you can obviously vote on election day. So I don't know how long it'll take to count the votes. I don't know how, I mean, I have no, this I do not know. Basically, I'm saying I don't know how long it takes to count these votes. I would think a lot of them will be election day votes. Okay, now. Molly Morgan X says, I stand corrected. I guess we did have mail in ballots. I also don't know how it worked with the, I don't want to get into it right now, but I don't know how it worked with the absentee voting in terms of, I mean, do you have to request it before, and how many people, if so, how many people got sent the absentee ballots and all that stuff? So I don't know. Alfred thinks it will not take as long as California. There are 11 minutes left, guys. 11 minutes, really quick. Can I give you maybe another quick preview and take some more comments here? But we're getting very close to the polls closing. You can see here Trump's sway is tested as Darline Graham and Ralph Norman compete in South Carolina's special GOP Senate primary, and odds are whoever wins this primary will be the senator from South Carolina for the next 6 years. Beam me up, says we normally know the night of. AP says U.S. Senator Darline Graham and U.S. Representative Ralph Norman face South Carolina voters yet again Tuesday in a special Republican primary runoff to replace the late Lindsey Graham in the Senate 1 month after his sudden death. The 2-week, he died about 6 weeks ago, I think. The 2-week runoff window since they were the two top vote getters in an August 11th primary has been a slugfest. Darline Graham, a political newcomer serving as interim replacement for her late brother, has struggled to define herself to voters who routinely backed Lindsey Graham in the heavily Republican state. Norman, who served the better part of 2 decades in state and federal elected office, has stressed his experience to voters already aware of him from his years in Congress, plus an unsuccessful run for governor earlier this year. In the background of all this is President Trump, the longtime Lindsey Graham ally who endorsed Darline Graham's candidacy to replace her brother in the November general election. Before she even entered the race, Trump stumped for her in the days ahead of the runoff and held a runoff eve tele-rally with Graham. And he held a rally in South Carolina a few days ago. Okay. Among the unknowns is whether Trump's backing is enough to boost the novice candidate with the famous last name, but whose political positions were previously unknown across the finish line. Also yet to be determined is whether Norman's hardline conservatism has an appeal to statewide 2 months after he finished third in the Republican governor's primary. Will Graham's debate flub come back to haunt her? She was asked whether the U.S. has a national security interest in Taiwan and the South China Sea, a longstanding contention of both Democratic and Republican administrations. She struggled to answer before admitting national security is not my thing, and I'm not that informed on national security. How much will that matter? I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. Ralph Norman has been a U.S. representative. How long has Ralph Norman been a representative for in South Carolina? I want to say about 10 years. He has been a representative for South Carolina's 5th District since 2017, Ralph Norman. Yes, about 10 years, as Patricia Grace said. Guys, polls close in 7 minutes and 52 seconds. Something else I want to check is if... Hang on a moment here. Where is this? Some things are in different places than where they are because I am, again, in Spain right now. So some things I can't find as fast. Let's see here. Hey, thanks to Red Squirrel and Bob Pacheco. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate that. Thank you, Bob Pacheco. That's really nice of you. Now, so this is President Trump posted this yesterday on his Truth Social. Yesterday, President Trump said, it was my honor to welcome now Senator Darline Graham Nordone, the sister of the late, great Lindsey Graham, from the wonderful state of South Carolina into the Oval Office. We have known each other for a long time. She is a spectacular person and a true American patriot. Lindsey was one of the greatest people and senators I've ever known, and his sister shares this deep love of our country. And the state of South Carolina. During her visit, I asked Darline, for the good of our nation, to run for the U.S. Senate in the special Republican primary on Tuesday, August 25th, 2026. She accepted, as there is nobody better to honor the legacy of her beloved brother, Lindsey. Now, technically, she's running tonight because she ran in the primary. She didn't declare just for this. She declared for the primary, and then she was one of the top 2 vote getters in the primary. That's why she's in the runoff. She accepted, as there's nobody better to honor the legacy of her beloved brother, Lindsey. Darline, who comes from an absolutely incredible family, has been a winner all her life and has my complete and total endorsement in the special election for U.S. Senate in South Carolina. Get out and vote for Darline. She will never let you down. President Donald J. Trump. Okay, so that's what he said yesterday. And we now have about 5 minutes till the polls close. Hey, before the polls close, let me thank our mods again. Haley Girl and Ruth and Beth Mythical are all modding over there on YouTube. Thank you. On Facebook, K. Larry Body is modding over there. Thanks, Dolly Clark, for subscribing on Facebook. Thanks, Dolly. And also, let's see here. Thanks to our Twitch moderators, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah, thank you. Also, thanks to Gonzalez for the gift sub. Thank you, Gonzalez. And Crazy and KY and Pons GPT Trading for subscribing, and Congler for subscribing. Oh, and Gonzalez gave a second gift sub. He gave one to Sarah. Thanks, Gonzalez. I appreciate that. Also, Recovering Too Slow for subscribing on Twitch. And Linda Belk, Larry Misha for moderating on X. Thank you so much. And hang on a moment here. Give me 2 seconds. Let me put this on the screen. Look, it's there. There are the current vote totals, which are 0 from DDHQ. Three minutes and 29 seconds until the polls close. Oh my gosh. Will the Trump-endorsed Darline Graham win the runoff, which would in all likelihood make her a senator for the next 6 years? Because probably the Republican nominee is going to win in November. History Honk says it's a tie right now. Yes, this is for the nomination in November, in the general election. So the winner of the seat in November will serve 6 years. There was only one poll on the runoff by Trafalgar Group, And it said 48-48. That's only one poll. Remember, the primary was just 2 weeks ago. Lindsey Graham only died about 6 weeks ago, I believe. Okay, we're going to be taking your comments during this broadcast. We're going to show you Darline Graham speaking, whatever she says. What is going to happen? Hey, we did a poll, and Twitch thought Graham was going to lose, and YouTube and Facebook thought she was going to win. You have, well, in the next 1 minute 30, if people feel free to put in your predictions about what the percentages are going to be. We haven't seen people predicting what they think the percentages will be. Terry, go for the 6436 says, we just don't want a rhino. Thank you, Red Squirrel, again. I appreciate it. Thank you also, Infinite Finites, for being a member. I really appreciate you guys tuning into our stream. Sorry, the last couple days I haven't been on the air. I've been traveling, but I have gotten settled in, and so far things seem to be working with the stream, which is good. Better than it not working, like the last one. We also have, we'll be able to look at the counties. We have the map, and then we have where's the counties? Can go look by county too here. I'm going to maybe make this a little bigger here. Oh, we can also pull up on Decision Desk HQ. We have our remaining votes map. Where's this thing here? It's a little fidgety. How do I get to this? So if it's close, we'll be looking at that map later to see where the remaining votes are from. The poll, I just missed it. The poll's just closed. What a terrible host I am. I'm going to put it down to the fact that I've been traveling a lot, and I'm still messed up from traveling. Hey, I missed it. The poll's closed. The polls have closed, even though I got it 6 seconds too late. Hey, the polls have closed. So we can get rid of the clock now. Sorry about that. I didn't bring my A game tonight, apparently. It's pretty clear. But the polls have closed. Awaiting results. In South Carolina GOP Senate runoff. The polls have closed, guys. Dorn Machine says it all comes down to turnout. Thank you, Jordan Hart. Oh, I'll be working while I'm here. Jordan, my plan is to do as much AFTV as I normally would do at home. But I'll be practicing my Spanish and also learning about a new city. All right, so like you guys, I'm just sitting here waiting. Oh, Henry Olson, who I follow for election stuff, says about 64,000 early votes were cast. And he thinks we'll get those results first. You know what also I'll do is while we're waiting here, maybe I can quickly mention something. Let's see if I can do this. Hang on. I'm going to do something here because we weren't able to do it on the last stream when I tried to stream because things were not working earlier today. I was getting set up here. What I'd like to show you real quick is, no, not that. Let me see, as we wait for votes to come in, really quick, let me show you something really quickly, which is, is this going to work? Let's see. Okay, this is a live shot. That's obviously not South Carolina. That is a live shot of the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and Dolly Parton star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And again, condolences to the family of Dolly Parton, a country music legend and true American institution who passed away at the age of 80. We were going to cover this on the previous stream, but I wasn't able to do the previous stream due to technical difficulties, which hopefully are now fixed. So, just want to mention that real quick and show you that. I'll keep an eye on things over there. But in the meantime, let's go back to, if I see anything interesting on that shot, I'll go back to it. But in the meantime, let's get the results back on this air. We have no results in. Hang on a moment here. Okay, now. Yes, I will be doing some streams on my personal channel while I am traveling. That is called Lookner on YouTube and Look Nerd on Twitch. What I might also do is take some more, while we're waiting for the votes to come in, maybe take some more comments from you guys, and also, why is that still on? One moment here. Something I want to, okay. I don't want to miss the votes coming in, certainly. Alaskan Lost, our viewer thinks Graham will win, but she shouldn't win. Hey, thanks to John DFW. Good to see you, John DFW, by the way. John DFW. Now, John DFW says, for what it's worth, my parents changed their vote from Graham in the first round to Norman in the second round after the debate. That's very interesting. Thank you, John DFW. I appreciate that. Look, that's some interesting, good reporting from our viewer and supporter, John DFW, who says his parents changed their vote from Graham in the first round to Norman in the second round after the debate. That's what John says. D. Backstein, a few hours ago, I was trying to do a stream where we were going to cover the CIA director visiting Moscow to have some unannounced meetings for it's not clear what reason, and Dolly Parton passing. I was not able to do that stream because there were some things I needed to fix with the remote setup. But maybe we'll talk about that later on. We very well might talk about it later on. Tiberius said, I switched to Darlene. By the way, I cannot confirm. I appreciate John DFW writing in. But just as the same as when any voter, well, not any voter, if any, viewer writes in and says something about like what a relative or friend did, it's something I can't really confirm, just to be clear. No votes in yet. David Joe Clotes says South Carolina is not going to vote in a Democrat. If the general election is in November. William Hoffman thinks Norman will get 51.6%. The Washington Post, oh no, that's the AP article. They were talking about the AP article. We also... Now, Eric Bush says that PBS NewsHour Live has a few hundred votes in. So I'm looking at the DDHQ. That's who I use. Clearly, they have no votes in yet. Thank you, Eric Bush. That's what Eric said. I'll have to check that out. I'll also check a couple other things here. Hang on. Give me a moment. Yeah, I'm seeing Newberry. Yeah, Newberry, right? Somebody in the chat said Newberry as well. Here is... Oh, I need to fix something here. No, I don't. If I do this, I can find Newberry here. So DDHQ does not have the Newberry votes in. What just happened there? Did they update yet or not? Oh, there are votes in. Wait, is this from Newberry? DDHQ has some votes in. Graham got 173 and Norman got 61. Where are these from? All right, I got to fix something. Let me just pull this up on a different way so it'll be easier for me to manipulate these numbers here. Give me a moment. All right, here it is. Okay, so we have 234 votes in, but these are from Chesterfield. These are from Chesterfield. Can you see this? What are we looking at here? Oh, hold on. There. Okay, we got some more votes coming in. More votes in. The votes are starting. Now, I think these are early votes. Now, where did I go? Why am I not on the screen? Oh, hold on a second. There, now I'm back. What was that? Oh, that's all messed up. I got to fix that later. That one without me there. Where did I go on that one? There I am. Okay, anyways. Okay, so we have about 2,000 votes in. And let's see here. You know what would be helpful if I could figure out how these places voted in the... Here, let's do it this way. So we have votes in from Georgetown and Chesterfield counties. They don't have the Newberry votes in like some other sites do. Oh, they have Target. That's interesting. Look at this. Georgetown County. They say Graham's goal in Georgetown County should be to get 39.4%, but she's actually getting 34.9%. Oh, no. They say Graham's goal in Georgetown County should be to be leading by 39.4%, but she's actually leading by 34.9%. So at least so far, Norman is doing better than he needs to in that county. But in Chesterfield County, Graham is doing better than she would need to do. So that for each county, DDHQ figures out like where should each candidate be in that county if they want to win. So this is pretty, I mean, it's only early votes in right now. So I'll also check and see if I can find quickly here the analysis. Oops, I have a extra space in my headline. Not on my A game. Results incoming in South Carolina GOP Senate runoff. We have some more votes in. Look, we have another more votes, and it just got closer. Why did it get closer? Because Anderson County reported. And Anderson County, Norman is up by 10% in Anderson County. I think these are early votes. For what it's worth, DDHQ says Norman should want to be up by about 23% in Anderson County, and he's actually up by about 10%. Oh, we got more votes coming in. Look at this. Oh, they got the Chesterfield votes. They said in Chesterfield, where Graham is up by 48%, she should want to be up by 34%, and she's up by 48%. So in 3 of the 4 counties, according to DDHQ, they have Graham running better than she would need to. So we only have 4 counties worth of votes in so far. We're going to get more. And also, I don't know. I think these are all maybe early votes. And if that's the case, I don't know how early votes might differ from. What day was the debate? What day was the debate? I have a question. When was the South Carolina Senate debate? Because here's on August 18th, it was a week ago. Stay with me here. Here's my thinking. More votes are coming in. Darline Graham is up by about 5%. I mean, this is not a representative sampling right here. This is just selected counties. My thought is, though, if you think that the debate performance hurt Darline Graham, might it hurt Darline Graham more with election day voters and people who voted? I think early voting was after the debate for 3 days. I can't remember, from the 22nd to 24th, maybe. Anyways, my point is maybe people who voted, who sent in their votes, I don't know what the early voting is. I was just wondering, could early voting have been affected less by the debate performance? But if the early voting is just early votes from the last 3 days, then that seems like that wouldn't make a difference. I don't know. Okay. Anyways, we have some more votes coming in. I'm going to try to take some comments too. Oh, they're fixing the sign at the Darline Graham. Hold on. Where's this? I don't want to show that one. Not that one. Where's the other one? There. They're fixing the sign. They are fixing the sign at the Darline Graham event. Just so you know. Special live breaking news update. They're fixing the sign. So we'll keep an eye on that. Adam said early voting started Thursday. I looked up the early voting on a website. And it said that there were, I think, 3 days of early voting on the site I saw. According to, hold on. Everything's messed up. Everything is messed up now. Hold on a second here. The early voting, according to scvotes.com, was between Wednesday and Friday. Okay, well, I do have a thought about that. So the early voting was from Wednesday to Friday, and the debate was Tuesday night. So again, something I don't know is if early voting, which I think we're seeing early votes right now, could affect, if people's mind was changed by the debate, is that something that would be impacting more election day votes? Anyways, Darline Graham is currently up by 19%, but as you can see, a lot of counties haven't reported yet. And just eyeballing this here, trying to get a feel for how Graham or Norman are doing compared to what what the expectation would be. It looks like in a lot of the counties, Graham is doing a bit better than she would need to do to win. Although there's a few counties where Norman is running a bit better of where he would need to do. So I cannot draw conclusions of this myself right now. More votes coming in. It's 11% now. Tyler thinks the north of the state in the Greenville area should be a huge vote for Ralph Norman. The Russell Fry backing for Darline could swing the East Myrtle area toward her. That's what Tyler thinks. I'm going to also check. I follow some elections analysts, see if they have any thoughts on this. More votes coming in. Actually, it says 6% in. This is Decision Desk HQ. DDHQ votes site. DecisionDeskHQ.com. Yes, so for whatever it's worth, look, sometimes the betting markets are right, sometimes are wrong. For whatever it's worth, before the polls closed, Polymarket and Kalshi were both at around 57% Darline Graham, and now they're in the high 80s. For whatever that's worth. Based on these, I guess, on the early numbers coming in. Sarcasm BTC said they shot up. Hey, thanks so much. I am Charlie for your support. Who says, this is a Republican runoff. Who cares what Democrats think? Thanks, I am Charlie. I appreciate it. Also, thanks to Briar Prune for being a member. So, we still are stuck at about 6%. We are bringing you live breaking news coverage. Hang on a moment here. Our viewer, hang on, I'll read someone's. Our viewer, where'd it go? Matt Machine says, guess knowing what Taiwan is isn't a requirement for U.S. Senator? A few more votes came in. Still a small number. Oh, let me also just show you here with the counties. With the counties, if we go to total, all right, so Greenville has not reported at all. These are the biggest counties with the most voters total registered, I guess. Greenville, Horry, Charleston, Richland, Spartanburg, York. And even these counties, these are small numbers. I mean, we're talking about 17% in, 8% in, 15% in, 19% in, 16% in. I do wonder, again, this is the early vote, and from what I understand, This is the early vote. So I do wonder if election day will be different than early. Oh, it's pronounced Ori and not Hori, says Brad. That's what Brad says. Red Squirrel, I don't know when we're going to get all the results. That I don't know. According to Henry Olson, he said there were about 64,000 early votes expected. We're seeing 29,000 in now. I also want to mention to you in case you're wondering. Ralph Norman was born in York County, and he represents the 5th district, which is in the north. The 5th district includes Cherokee, Chester, Fairfield, Kershaw, Lancaster, Lee, and York counties, and parts of Newberry, Spartanburg, and Sumter counties. So this area in here, York is in his district, Chester's in his district, Fairfield is in his district. I'm not saying he'll win his district, but I'm just trying to give you a sense of where his district is. Some of Spartanburg. Union is in his district. So this northern central area here is where his district is, Norman. Darline Graham was born in central South Carolina, which is in the northwest in Pickens County. She was born there. I don't know how. I don't know if she maintains a lot of ties there or not. Citizen John Public says Central South Carolina is where she was born. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on all this. Darline Graham is currently up by about 15%. I really appreciate everybody being here for this stream. She lives in Lexington County, Darline Graham. That's where she lives. Okay. And that is, I'll show you on the map where that is. Some of you know this. Trying to find it here. Lexington is right there. She is currently up by 23%, 24% in Lexington County. De Havilland thinks it will be a relatively easy win for her. Yeah, she had never held public office before. Hey, thanks, Ramen in my tum tum. Ramen in my tum tum says, rest well, Dolly. Really quick, if I can just really quick show you this. No, that's not what I wanted to show you. That's not what I wanted to show you. Where's the thing I wanted to show you? This? Let's see. Why is that not working? Let me fix this. Oh, I see. I think I see. So really quick, this is obviously not related to the election. This is live, a live shot of Dolly Parton's star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. So I just want to quickly show you that. That's the Hollywood Walk of Fame. That is people gathered to pay tribute to Dolly Parton, who passed away. So periodically want to check in on that. There is your current vote totals. What I might do to I might try to make this a little bigger for you. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. Let me take this, get rid of this. Take this. This is really going to help matters. If I do this, can I make things a little bigger here? Is that bigger at all? That seems a little easier to read. So what I'm going to do maybe is, if I do that, then I get rid of this. I'm experimenting here. And then put this over here. Oh. Then at least it's a little bigger for you. Okay, and then let me fix something real quick. Now, I still think I think it's probably all early votes. Patricia Canada says maybe it's a sympathy vote. Thanks to Laura Nolan for being a member. I actually could probably make it even a little bigger here. What if I do this? Do this. Oh, look at that. That's even better. That's bigger for you. There we go. That looks nice. In terms of the big counties, are a bunch not in yet in terms of the early vote? Let's see, total registered. Well, I think Norman's going to do well, maybe in the Greenville area. Some of Spartanburg is in Norman's district as well. My point is we don't have early votes in from everywhere, so I can't say that how representative that is. Jar Jar Jeff says, we'll see. Tui says Greenville and Spartanburg. Hey, thanks, CK Drawn. Yeah, I know. We had some issues with the earlier stream. because again, I'm in Spain and trying to stream from here, but had some kinks that needed to be worked out. What I could also do, I could put the live shot up from the Darline Graham. I could put that up. I should put that on the screen as well as this from the Darline Graham event. Give me a moment. I'm going to do that. I'm going to get that on the screen for you as well. That is the... Oh, I have some analysis from DDHQ too that I'm going to share with you. I'll do that in a second. I just realized I had that. All right, so we want to take this. No, not that. Why is that like this? I need this. There. That's the event. So I want this to be up here, but I want to make it small and put it over. It's kind of hard to show this. Can make it really small. There's the event right there, but it's kind of in the way. Oh, I'll put it right over here. Trying to fit everything in. Hey, a few minutes ago, let me read you some of the DDHQ analysis. They said that a couple of the early, at 7:11 p.m., DDHQ said 2 early drops in 2 expected program places are about where she needs to be. Very early, not much to draw on these. Then DDHQ said at 7:17, a lot of early vote in Graham's strongholds. Margins are expected, but Graham is outperforming her targets. Okay. DDHQ also said York County early vote drop about 10 points lower than what is needed by Norman. DDHQ also said Darline Graham will likely have the lead when all early vote is counted by high single to low double digits. Shift toward election day will be key. Let me say that again. DDHQ says Darline Graham will likely have the lead when all the early vote is counted by high single digits to low double digits. Shift toward election day will be key. They also say without a shift in election day result, then this would be roughly a Graham plus 10 result. So the question is, will the election day voting be different than the early voting? Because if it's not, Graham is going to win. Then the last update from DDHQ was 2 small election day drops from Horry and Chesterfield counties showing just a 2-point swing toward Ralph Norman, which is not enough. So let me just, again, summarize this again. The election day vote, as I understand it, is about 1/6 of the total vote. But the question is, will the election day vote really be different from, the early vote. The early vote is about 1/6 of the total vote. More people will vote on election day than vote early. But the early vote looks to be around plus 10 for Darline Graham. So if for the election day vote, Norman's going to have to do better than he did in the early vote. And so we'll just have to see what happens. Oh, some more votes just came in, it looks like. Now Norman's down by, I think a bunch of votes came in from Greenville County, where Norman's up by 36%. And then York County, I'm going to get rid of the camera. It's in the way. York County's up by 35%. Horry County, she's up by 47%. These are the top counties by number of registered Republican voters. I'll just see if we have, so, hold on a second. Let me just check something here. Hang on a moment. Quick thank you to Jason Parent. Jason, thank you. Jason says, while much has been made of her debate performance, Jason thinks voters care just as much about name recognition, relatability, and whether they see someone they can identify with and trust. That's what Jason thinks. Thanks so much, Jason. I really appreciate that. Also, give me a quick second here. Just get this back on the screen. Where was I? There. Thanks on Twitch to DSPBB for the bits, and also Message Effect. Thank you. I don't have any more of the DDHQ analysis updates yet. Remember, Trump endorsed Darline Graham. She is Lindsey Graham's sister. The New York Times says that she had lived a quiet life with her family in the suburbs of Columbia, South Carolina, until she decided to run for the Senate. They say she's a widely respected advocate for people with disabilities. She is currently a senator because she was appointed after Lindsey Graham died to fill out fill out the remainder of his term, to serve the remainder of his term. Yes, as Gary Bain says, she's only up 5,000 votes. We are still early in the vote process, 15% in. But according to DDHQ, they thought that she would be up in the early vote by about 10%. Roy thinks it's too early to call. I mean, there's that question about early versus day of. So, if most of the vote, I think, is going to be the election day vote, from what I understand. What I don't know is how much of a difference that might make. If people were there a lot of people who were waiting to election day because they just weren't sure of who to vote for? Were there people thinking like, maybe there's some people who say, well, I like Trump and he endorses her, but I like him for some other reasons, and I don't know. I don't know if things will break one way or the other on the final day, on election day. Yes, the polls are closed. The polls are closed, and we're waiting for more votes to come in. Spartanburg, part of Spartanburg is in Norman's district. Norman's a representative. So I would expect that he might do fairly well there. Yeah, I mean, you can see the line is. So look at this. Norman's goal, they have, DDHQ has different projected goals. They say this is where each candidate wants to be. And they say that Norman wants to be up by about 40% in Spartanburg. They say that Graham wants to be up about in Richland County by about 17. Neither of those two have reported yet. Twisted says, no freaking way she wins this. I mean, obviously, it's set up so she does, but come on, man. Wow. Wade Barnes says, I just voted. We will have her speaking tonight either way. Hold on a minute here. Really appreciate all of our moderators. Hey, thanks also to South Dakota Extremes, who says, my personal opinion is that Republicans are just looking for yes people. The rally showed me she cares about following directions over the concern of her district. Wow. We have some mixed views in our chat tonight. Thank you, South Dakota Extremes. Alaskan Lost says, could you imagine this chat without our mods? I can't imagine. We wouldn't have it. Thank you to all of our moderators. Gene Sohn says, loyalty is not a bad thing. And I don't know how much of this, most of this is not election day vote. So I mentioned to you guys that DDHQ said that they thought that Graham would win the early vote. And then Norman would have to do better in the election day vote. Zachary Danini, who I follow for election stuff, he thinks the same thing. He's with VoteHub. Zachary said that there's only a little election day vote in so far. Zachary said he's not seeing a big shift, not seeing a shift to Norman yet in the election day vote. Oh, thanks to Gary Baines. Gary gave 5 memberships to people in the chat. Hey, if you got a membership from Gary Baines in the YouTube chat, please thank Gary Baines. It's very nice of you, Gary. Thank you so much. Also, thanks to Michael Abbott, who says, my friend Eli voted today. He says if she wins, he's voting Democrat next time. Thank you, Michael Abbott, for your support. Hang on a moment here. Oh, some more votes came in. Now, Oh, Spartanburg votes came in. All right, hold on a second. So Spartanburg had not come in yet. Looks like maybe the Spartanburg early vote came in. Norman plus 26. DDHQ thought that Norman would have to be at plus 40, and he's at plus 26. But that's early vote, but that doesn't seem like a great number for Norman in Spartanburg County. Again, DDHQ said his goal should be to be up by about 40 in Spartan County, and he's currently up 26. Just to check here, when the polls closed on Kalshi and Poly Market, Graham was about a 57% favorite. Now she is up to, on Kalshi and Poly Market, in the 90s on both of them. Just to let you know. Crappy thinks it is not looking good for him. Yeah, from what I can gather, from everything I'm seeing, she would be considered the favorite at this moment. From what I'm seeing, from what analysts are saying. And as I mentioned, the betting markets, since these votes started coming in, have shifted more to Graham. But yeah, I mean, whoever wins this is probably going to be the senator from South Carolina for the next 6 years. She is currently serving as senator after being appointed after her brother passed away. The polls are closed. Hot Rodacy thinks she might actually be a more reasonable pick than hardline conservative, in quotes, Norman. Just so you can see, so Richland County has not reported yet any early votes, and she's expected to be leading in Richland County. And also there's Dorchester County, which you can't even see. But Dorchester County is not here. Maybe I can show you this way. Hold on a second. There. See Dorchester County down here? These are two larger counties as the counties go in South Carolina. Richland has not reported early vote, and she would be expected to be leading there. And also Dorchester County, she would be expected to be leading by a lot there, and neither of those have reported in terms of the early vote. Oh, here's what I can show you this. You know, this is actually interesting here. So most of the counties I think have reported their early vote. But if you look at this, these are the counties with no vote in yet. Wait, what am I doing here? These are the counties with no vote in yet. Now, a lot of these are smaller counties. The two biggest are Richland by far, which is supposed to be a pro-Graham county, and Dorchester, which is supposed to be a pro-Graham county. And a lot of these are pro-Graham counties as well. So the point is if the early vote was in from all these counties, it looks like Graham would have a bigger lead. Right now, her lead is like 6%. So I think DDHQ thought that she was like a 10% lead overall in the early vote. Anyways. No, we're only covering this for the moment, for this election for the moment. I wonder when we're going to start seeing a lot of these election day votes. Hang on a moment here. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen any analysts saying it looks great for Norman right now. They suggest that the early vote looks good for her and that the election day vote will really have to shift towards him if he's going to win. Let me put up on the screen this. Look, we also have this. No, not that. This. Hey, look, it's the Darline Graham event there in the bottom. I can make that a little bigger for you. That's a live shot. We'll show more of that in a little bit, but I just want to put it on the screen for you so you can see some of it. There you go. A few more votes just coming in. I was also looking to see in terms of counties. You can see Lee County is 78% in. See, some of these counties have a lot of their vote reported in. Lee County, 78%. Let me get rid of that video for a second and show you a couple things here. So if we look at these counties these are the counties with the most votes in. Lee County, Graham, so according to DDHQ, that's a county that Norman would be targeting to win by about 2%, Lee County, and he's losing it by 13%. Barnwell County, 68% in. That is a county that Graham would want to win by 31% or 32%, and she's winning it by 39%. Dillon County, 66% in. Graham is running about 13 points more than she would want to. I mean, they'd all want to be 100%, but my point is in these four counties that have the most percentage of votes in, all above 60%, Graham is doing better than she needs to do. And Lee County is now up to 88% in, and she is doing a lot better. Again, Lee County, DDHQ said Norman's goal in that county should be to win it by 2.4%, and Norman is losing it by 15%. So, I mean, and there's not a lot of votes left in these counties. Chesterfield, 53% in. She is running about 5% better than she needs to be. Now in Darlington County, he's a slight bit better than he needs to be. But it looks like in a lot of these counties, she is outperforming where she needs to be. But we'll see. These are smaller counties here. Kevin Badger thinks Graham is going to win. Okay, so update from about 10 minutes ago from DDHQ. DDHQ says Norman needs the day of vote, the election day vote, to shift to him. It's either near tied. Okay, Norman needs the election day vote to shift to him. DDHQ says currently the election day vote is either near tied or leading to Graham from what's in so far. He is quickly running out of runway. I'm going to read this again from DDHQ. Norman needs the election day vote to shift to him. It's currently either near tied or leaning Graham from what's in so far. He is quickly running out of runway, says DDHQ. This is the early voting numbers. I'm not really. 59,000, around 60,000 early voting. Just so you know, on the betting markets, Kalshi and Poly market, she is around 99% at this point. When the polls closed, she was at about 57%. So she is, I mean, all the signs are pointing so far to a Darline Graham victory. That's what it's looking like so far. Thanks to Summer Breeze for the memberships. That's very nice of you. Summer Breeze, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Please thank Summer Breeze if you got gift memberships from Summer Breeze. Thanks, I Am Charlie. I Am Charlie says the last time a Democrat won a Senate seat in South Carolina in 1998, the last time in Texas 1993? I'd have to double check that. Yeah, in the Senate it was 1993. And I'd have to check out in South Carolina. This seems like the kind of thing you would ask AI and it would just give you the answer. Let's see this. Well, how about, I looked it up, Fritz Hollings was a senator from South Carolina. He was a Democrat, and he served. When did he serve as senator? Till 2005. Fritz Hollings was a U.S. senator from South Carolina who served until 2005, a Democrat. He was from 1966 till 2005. %29 of the vote in now. Now, Matt Machine says that's an old school Democrat different. So I don't know the specifics there. He was a senator for a while, so I would have to go back and research things. But I understand what Matt's saying. Now you can see on the map here, we have Norman doing better in the northern part of the state. That's his district is in the northern part of the state where he is a representative. I still haven't really heard much good news for Norman tonight in terms of the vote coming in from the people I'm following. Now, DDHQ does say Norman has a lot of potential ground to gain ground with the estimated remaining vote in the Greenville DMA. Greenville Designated Market Area, I guess it is. Let's check out some of the counties here. So McCormick County, small county, 92% in. That's interesting. Graham's target was she's about 3% ahead of what her target would be. In Lee County, 88% in, she's running about 17% ahead of what her target would be. In Dillon County, 73% in, she's running about 13% of what her target would be. In all of these counties, these five counties, she's beating her target. Oconee County, 59% in, Graham is beating her target in that county too. Chesterfield County, Graham's beating her target too. Yeah, I mean, county after county. Until you get down to Darlington County, she's beating her target. Let's go to also the biggest counties. Yeah, so Greenville's only 14% in, but she's doing better than she needs to there. Horry County, about 40% in, she's doing better than she needs to there. Spartanburg County, 39% in. Norman's goal should be to win Spartanburg County by about 40. He's winning it by about 25. I mean, these numbers are not looking favorable for Norman. Yeah, David Schwab, I agree. It's very helpful to have the data of where they think who the candidates need to be in a given county. That's Decision Desk HQ. Dean R says name recognition. We're keeping an eye on the Darline Graham event. Joyce McLean says, I'm sure military and law enforcement will vote for Mrs. Graham. I very much appreciate everybody tuning into our stream as we cover this. Excuse me. Shout out to our moderators. We have LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah over on Twitch. They are moderating right now. We have Beth Mythical moderating. Ruth is moderating. Thank you so much. Over on YouTube, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Give me a quick second here. We are at 32% of the vote in. Andrea Holder, K. Lowry Body. Thanks for moderating on Facebook. Any other moderators I might have missed? Paul Anderson, thanks for moderating on Facebook. Okay, I have an update from DDHQ. DDHQ says the race is trending slightly toward Norman. I think they're saying a bit more than it was, with better election day drops, still a bit short of what is needed, but tracking now toward a 7 to 9 point win for Graham. Holding for a bit as things have improved slightly. So that's a big update that was just posted by DDHQ. So they're saying they're not calling it yet. This is just posted by DDHQ. They're not calling it yet, but they are currently saying that it's looking like a 7 to 9 point win for Darline Graham. They say that with the election day voting coming in, it's a bit better than the early voting, some of the new drops for Norman. So they're holding off just to see what happens. But currently, DDHQ thinks it's going to be a 7 to 9 point win for Darline Graham. Pandorific says it's interesting seeing the clear geographic split. There was only one poll for this runoff done by the Republican pollster Trafalgar Group, according to DDHQ, and they had it 48-48. But I mean, one poll is not a lot of polling. Daniel thinks it's over. Yes, we're going to have her speaking. Steel Toe claims that no one cares about South Carolina. Hang on a moment here. How many total votes are expected? Well, just looking at this, it looks like about 380,000 or so, because about a third are expected in, or a third are assumed to be in. But who knows? We'll have to see what else we hear. Let me check a couple things here. I'll also show you, let's take a look at, okay, let's look at some of these counties that are completely in or near completely in. McCormick County, smaller county, that's pretty much all in. Darline Graham beat her target there by about 3%. Kershaw County, 94% in. Darline Graham is running about 15 points ahead of her target. Calhoun County, 88% in. She's beating her target by about 1% there. Bamberg County, 88% in. She's beating her target by about 10%. Lee County, 88% in. She's been beating her target by 17%. Dillon County, 80% in. She's beating her target by 13%. Cherokee County. Yes, Norman is winning the county, but she is beating her target there by about 15%. Chesterfield County, she's beating her target by about 4%. Williamsburg County, I mean, all these counties that are a lot in, she is beating her target. Lancaster County, Goal. Norman should want to win that by 12.4, but she is winning it by 8%, and that's 72% counted. Here is one county where Darlington County, he's doing better than he needs to do, Norman, but that you have to go all the way down there. So I was just showing you the counties that are most complete, and in what is it, like the top 10 of those or something, she is doing better than she needs to be doing. So it really does look, I would not be surprised soonish. 40% of the vote in now. Votes are, look at the votes coming in now. 41% of the vote is in now. Look at them coming in. She is up by 9.3%. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, guys. We'll see. I think, just about 5 minutes ago, DDHQ said they were holding off for the moment on calling it, but they said it looked like a 7 to 9% win for her. Dorn Machine thinks it's time to call it. %42 now in. We saw a bunch of votes come in. Where are we in the terms of the... Here are the biggest counties in terms of the number of Republican votes. Norman County is only 14% in. Horry County, about half in. She is winning it by 46%, which is about 3 points better than she needs to be. Charleston County, Norman is up by doing about 3% better than he needs to be there. Also, Richland County, he's doing better than he needs to there. These are big counties. Graham doing much better than she needs to in Spartanburg. Yeah, see, look, Spartanburg County, that's a big northern county. That is 63% in. Some of Spartanburg is in Norman's district, and she is running over about 11 points better than she needs to there. Henry Olson, who is an elections analyst I follow, says it's getting hard to see how he would win this. Is this a surprise result or the expected result? Well, there was not a lot of polling going in. It was just, I would say it was really not really known. I mean, look, she was endorsed by President Trump, which was a huge deal. She won, she had about 32% in the runoff. And she won the runoff with about 32%. And then Russell Fry endorsed her. And then what did Russell Fry, I think if you added her and Russell Fry's vote, that would be above 50% in the primary. Hold on. My point is, yeah, she got about 33% in the primary and Russell Fry got about 20%. So if you add that up, that's over 50%. But she had, I mean, there was this big question about the debate, for example. In the debate, she was asked about Taiwan and the South China Sea, and she basically said she didn't know much about national security. So there was this question of like, how much is the debate performance going to affect her? So there was not I mean, it was not like an overwhelming, a sense that she was an overwhelming favorite. At all. It was unclear what was going to happen. Trying to get the exact quote for you. Yeah, she said national security is not my thing in the debate, and I'm not that informed on national security. So there's this question of like, how much is that going to impact the vote? We're up to 44% in. Will we see an election call soon? Now, it's in terms of votes in so far. Where is this? These are the votes, biggest amounts of votes reported from counties. Horry County, about 57% in. She's about 3% better than she needs to be in Horry County. Was that like that before? Or did that change? Spartanburg County, she's about 11% than she needs to be in Spartanburg County and 73% in. Anderson County, she's about 13% ahead of where she needs to be. A lot of votes still outstanding in Lexington County, but she is a bit ahead of where she needs to be there. Hold on a second. I want to say, we should look at the remaining votes. Remaining votes. There's the remaining, look at the remaining votes map. So Greenville is only 14% in. And that's a big Norman county. York is only, I don't know if you guys can see this here. You can see it now. York is only 37% in. That's a big Norman county. That's the remaining votes map right here. But also you can see there's a number of counties where she's doing well, where Lexington County, for example, Charleston County, Horry County, where she would pick up votes. So the size of the circle is the number of votes remaining. But I do notice that Greenville is still only 14% in. One thing I would say is if a bunch of Greenville votes come in and it's not a big shift towards him, that point they could, that's something that might make them call it. Crappy thinks she's overperforming almost everywhere. Oh, and this is the margin. What is swing? This is the margin. So what is it? What does that even mean? I guess the size of the circle tells you. Now I'm confused. I don't even know what this shows you. This is not remaining votes. This is is that how? Oh, maybe that's the number of votes margin. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about that right now. Here's the results map right there. We're up to 50% in. A bunch of more votes. All right, now look at this. You can see the race got closer, but where did those votes come from? We might have seen a huge dump of votes in from a county where he was expected to get a lot more votes in. Yes, Greenville. Greenville votes just came in. So Greenville was at 14%. Greenville is now at 56% in. And in Greenville, she is still doing about 10% better than she needs to in Greenville. So yes, the race got closer in a sense, but that's just because there was a big dump of votes for Greenville, which now went up from 14% to 56%. And technically it got closer, but as I'm seeing it, he is not where he needs to be in Greenville. So even though technically the totals got closer, I think analysts might look at that and say, well, that's not good news for Norman. So I know it says only 3% right now, but that's because there was the biggest county we were waiting for him was Greenville. So I do wonder if that'll be seen by actually as positive news for her. Because we looked before at the remaining votes, and a lot of those were from Greenville. But Greenville is now at 56% in rather than 14% in. So my guess is that will be seen as positive for her. I wonder but we'll see. But that's what we just saw. U.S. blew up another alleged drug boat. Update on this, guys. Really quick, just a little news. News update I want to mention real quick. The U.S. has blown up another alleged drug boat. Posted by U.S. Southern Command, you can see here. Joint Task Force Western Hemisphere continues. Hold on. Joint Task Force Western Hemisphere continues executing precise, lethal operations against the cartels. We will hunt, disrupt, and defeat these narco-terrorist networks. Southcom is resolved to neutralizing cartel terror and violence throughout the region and into the U.S. homeland. On August 25th, under General Donovan's direction, Joint Task Force Western Hemisphere executed a lethal kinetic strike on a go-fast vessel operating along established narco-trafficking routes in the Caribbean. Confirmed intelligence revealed the vessel's active involvement in narco-trafficking. The operation killed 4 alleged narco-terrorists. By the way, they went over 2 months without doing any of these strikes. And then there was one a few days ago, I think, if I have that right. And then there was this one. Anyways, it went over like 2 months. And until a few days ago, it was over 2 months till any of those strikes. And now they seem to have picked up again. All right, let's get back to the vote. Sorry, I just wanted to update you on that. Now. All right, we're up to, guys, 61% of the vote is in now. Where did the new votes come from? 61% of the, maybe Spartanburg? All right, hold on a moment here. Let's look at the counties here. So technically, she's only up by 3%, but these votes are not coming in evenly. Look, remaining. See remaining votes? Those are the remaining ones. Let's see here. Anything crazy happen? Okay, Greenville is 56%, and we checked that in. They said she was doing better than she needed to there. Horry County hasn't really changed. Charleston County is 47% in. He's running about 4% of it better than he needs to be. It's interesting. In Charleston, I think maybe some more came in from Richland County, but in Charleston County and Richland County, he is actually running better than he needs to. So in Charleston County, he is losing Charleston County by Graham is up by 14%, but according to DDHQ, he is running about 4% better Norman than he needs to be there. And then Richland, those look like maybe some positive election day votes came in for him. Richland, he's losing, but he's still about 4% better than he needs to be. Spartanburg, she's 84% in, she's way better than she needs to be there. I don't know how to make sense of this. Let me see what I can. It seems like maybe some positive election day vote dumps came in for him, but let me just see here. Henry Olson, Henry Olson said he's moving her back to a mild favorite. Interesting. So it's now a four point race. I'm trying to get a sense of what the experts think about this. I haven't seen. Oh, here's an update from 4 minutes ago from DDHQ. They said expected vote drop in Greenville, same margin as the early vote. Norman has one more of those, and then he's kind of out of big vote outside of York, while Graham still has 90,000 very pro-vote left. Sounds like they're definitely still favoring her at DDHQ. Remaining votes. She's currently winning Horry County by 46%, and there's about a quarter of the vote from Horry County still left. She's currently winning Charleston County by 14%, and there's about half of that vote left. She's currently winning Beaufort County by 25%. There's about more than half of that left. She's winning Lexington County. She's winning by about 20%. Half of that is left. Richland County, she's winning that by 13%. More than half of that is left. Yeah, so you have a bunch of these counties here that she's winning, where you got a bunch of outstanding vote. See the size of the circles there? It looks to me like if you added up the circle areas, there would be more red circle area than yellow circle area, for whatever it's worth. But no one's called it yet. Sorry, that's the remaining vote map right there on the right. The remaining vote map. Travrake says this race is intense. Trump's influence grows. Now we're about 4% lead for her. Oh, we can see what was updated most recently. Oh, I see here. Look at this. Look what we can do here. We can go latest updated. In Dillon County, which is just about all in, she ran about 13% better than she needed to be. So these are the latest updated totals by updates here. Okay. Marion County, more votes came in from Marion County, and she is running about 16.6% of where she needs to be, ahead there. Those are the biggest counties. So his big counties left are Greenville County, big county, and about 40% of the vote is still outstanding there, 44%. And Spartanburg County, he is currently leading, and only 16% of that vote is left. And York County, he is leading, and about half of that vote is left. And she has these counties where she's winning with votes left. It is interesting, though, that, I mean, it's gone this long, and a lot of times these get called pretty quick. Oh, somebody's speaking at her event. What's happening here? Oh. What did somebody just say? Let me turn that on. Hang on. Let's go back and see what he said. Maybe it was a sound check.
Was it a side? Check 1 2, check 1 2 3
Okay.
4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Check 1 2. Check sound check. Welcome to Darline Graham's Senate campaign headquarters. Check 1 2 3 4. Check 1 2 sound check. Sound check. 3 2 1 sound. Check 1 2.
Oh, the audio's a little off. Hold on a second.
Check 1 2. Sound check. Check 1 2.
Why is it? The one thing I gotta do, there's a little bit of a funky thing going on with the audio video sync. What did I do? Let's see if I can fix that on my end. Kind of odd. Word of warning. That might be something I have to fix later. I don't know why it was like that. What I can do is refresh the stream feed and see. I'm going to refresh him and then play him again. If you can bear with me, I'm going to play that guy talking again just for a second, because there was a weird thing going on with the audio and video not matching up. Let's try this again.
Good sound. Sound check 1 2. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Sound check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Check 1 2 3 2 1 1 2 3. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8
I think it's better. I think it's better.
9 10. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 3 4 5 6.
All right. It's now live. It's live again. Sorry about that. I think I got it fixed. Okay, now getting back to the actual results. We have 65% in. This race is not called yet. Darline Graham is up by about 4.5%. I would say she's still definitely considered the favorite. Zachary Danini, who is with Vote Hub, he thinks that Norman is not going to be able to do it. Yeah, I haven't seen any analysts yet who say that they think he's going to pull this out based on what they're seeing. It seems like what happened, the general sense I'm getting is that the election day vote made things a bit closer than was originally anticipated given the early vote. But I have yet to see any analysts say that they think he's going to pull it out. And this map here is the remaining votes. So the bigger the circle, the more votes remaining. And his big counties remaining are, again, Greenville, where he's winning by 36%, and York, where he's winning by 32%. So those are two we're looking for, because once those are exhausted, he doesn't have a lot of favorable county votes left. Whereas with her, we're looking for more from counties like Horry County, Richland County, Lexington County, Charleston County, Berkeley County, Beaufort County. Crappy thinks she has more strongholds left. Yeah, I mean, if a bunch more votes come in from Greenville and York, and he hasn't made a big move, I think it's, my guess is that's probably what they're waiting for to call it. You might not get a call until a race call until we get one or both of those counties reporting more votes. You might have to hold on a second here, real quick. I have to just open something up. Bear with me for a second here. Baggins said, I called it? Or you called it, Baggins? All right, we're up to 69%, close to, breaking news, they just called it. Breaking news, Decision Desk HQ has called the race for Darline Graham. Big breaking news, we just saw it right now. They have, Decision Desk HQ has called this race for Darline Graham. Breaking news, we just saw it right now. It popped onto the screen. They have called it for Darline Graham. There is the check mark right there. Projected to win SC Senate primary. So, Darline Graham, endorsed by President Trump, the sister of Lindsey Graham. She had never held public office before. She is currently a senator because she was appointed senator by the governor of South Carolina, I believe Governor McMaster, after Lindsey Graham passed away and after President Trump endorsed her. Yes, the YouTube chatters called it again. YouTube got this one right. YouTube and Facebook and Twitch got it wrong. We did the polls for all three. Now, this is not, I mean, right now it's a 5% margin. So this is not like a enormous, I mean, I'm not saying she should care, but just to be clear, it's a fairly split Republican electorate there. But breaking news, can I get my breaking news graphic up? Is this going to work? Hey, we got the breaking news graphic. Again, I got to get the other graphic up too. I got to get the poll graphic up. But breaking news, Darline Graham is projected to win this primary. Yeah, the large circle is Greenville County, where he's, again, 44% of the vote is still not in. And then York, about half the vote is in. But DDHQ, they called it, they're looking at the votes that are still out in the different counties. And they would not call it unless they were confident that he just did not have the votes left out there. Louise we actually, just for people who don't know, I am in Barcelona, Spain right now. I got here on Monday morning. I had to set up all my stuff, and this is the first stream we've actually been able to do from here. I tried to do a stream about 5 hours ago on Dolly Parton and the CIA director going to Russia and Dolly Parton passing away. But it turned out that there were still things I needed to fix. So I'm sorry we couldn't do the coverage. I tried, but oh, hold on. We gotta show the video here. Let's go to the video. Let's go to the video. Hang on. This is her. This is the event. This is the she's about to come in. It's the Darline Graham event. Hold on, I'm gonna get the vote total up there for you too. We're waiting for Darline Graham. We are waiting for Darline Graham. She is going to speak. She should be speaking soon. Our viewer, where's the comment here? I wanted to read one of the comments from a viewer. Island by DV says, must be bittersweet. Island by DV says, must be bittersweet. She knows tonight was supposed to be her brother's night. Again, we're waiting for Darline Graham to speak. She is now the projected winner in the Senator Darline Graham. She was appointed after her brother died to serve out his term, but she is now projected to be the winner of the GOP primary for Senate in South Carolina. And unless something really crazy happens, she will win in November and be the senator from South Carolina for the next 6 years. Our viewer Bill says, look at how close the results were. Wow, Bill is surprised at how close it is. Oh, our viewer Calm Sinville says her brother would not have needed tonight. Yes, his term was over this year. He was supposed to run this year for re-election in November. Frank in the box thinks results are too close with Trump's blessing. President Trump was heavily supporting her. No, she had not held public office before being appointed as a senator. Yes, she is running in the general election in November against a Democrat, but it is expected she will win that in South Carolina, which is a very red state.
All right, can I get my yellow wristbands over here, please?
I got to put on the screen, we're awaiting Darline Graham remarks. That's obviously too big. Too big. Awaiting Darline Graham's speech. What does that look like?
Mike's live.
What are the numbers now? It's on the screen there. It's 50. She is up by about 6.5%. Look. She is up by about 6.5% with 75% of the vote in.
She's up.
Again, she is expected any moment now to speak, to give her victory speech. I do not have footage of Ralph Norman. Tiberius says speech, speech, speech. Oh, I might have Ralph Norman speaking, actually. Hang on. Might be able to get that for you. He's probably going to speak first, I would think. Actually, I don't know. Give me a moment. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment here. Oh no! There's a typo. I'm sorry. I didn't even notice that. Thanks. Thank you. I might be able to pull up the Norman speech. Just give me I need a moment here. Hey, thanks to I Am Charlie and Renee Lorraine. I appreciate it. I Am Charlie and Renee Lorraine. Now, I think we're just going to have Darline Graham. Just going to have Darline Graham. So what I'm going to do real quick here, let me, just to show you guys, as we wait for her to speak, let me just go back to the voting results to give you an update here. Here, as we're waiting for her to speak, hold on. So what I want to do is go here and get rid of this. And just to show you, see, we can see here, 80% of the vote is in. She is up by about 7%. And we're still waiting for Greenville County, where he's expected to pick up votes to come in the rest of that, and York County, where he's expected to pick up some more votes. There's a number of counties like Lexington, Richland, Beaufort, Horry, where she is expected to pick up votes. They said about 20 minutes ago, DDHQ said Darline Graham is ahead by about 13,000 votes, and Norman is down to just two favorable counties with 32,000 votes left between them. Winning that, they said, winning that vote by 40 points only draws him closer, but not ahead, and the remaining 75,000 vote is very favorable to Graham and will only expand her lead. Oh, Greenville just dropped, actually, it looks like. Look, Greenville County here is now, Greenville is just about all in. Greenville County, which was the biggest county, I believe, and big with the most registered voters, most registered Republicans, they just came in. They're almost all done. And he won Greenville. He's winning Greenville by about 35 points. But DDHQ said he needed to win Greenville by about 46 points. So she did about 11 points better than her target was in Greenville, according to DDHQ. So that was going to be the biggest, I believe, source of his of a shift towards him coming in. And that's already now in, and she's still up by 4.5%, by about 15,000 votes. You do have York County still left, but you have a number of counties that are pro-her, larger counties that are still left. So you can see Greenville is just about done now. Okay, let's go back to, we're now at 87% of the total vote in, and she is up by about 4.5% with 87% in. Let me see, has anyone else called this race? DDHQ has called it, now that all these votes are in. I guess maybe the networks haven't called it yet. Alaskan Lost says, I've called it. Oh, did NBC call it? One of our viewers said NBC called it. I'll have to look that up. But we're waiting for her to speak. I haven't seen NBC call. I got to look it up. DDHQ is Decision Desk HQ. They specialize in elections coverage. Yes, NBC News has called it. That is true. NBC News has called the race as well. Yes, David says might be waiting on a phone call. I was wondering if they might, at this point, are they? So probably we're waiting for him to speak. Well, I don't know who's going to speak first, but yes. But maybe they're waiting for him to feel comfortable conceding or something. This is the Republican primary. All right, let me go back to the event here for a second. Pull that up on the screen. One moment here. We're now at 88% of the vote in. AP has called it. Breaking news. AP, which is seen as the gold standard, I guess you could say. AP has called the race. AP has called the race. So that's that's seen as the most important one. AP has just called the race. Probably can show you that here. Beth Tudor Eskridge said Fox just called it. Look at this. I can show. Here's the AP call right here. You'll see it in a second. There it is. There is the AP call. Hang on. Darline Graham wins Republican nomination for U.S. Senate in South Carolina special primary election from AP. There it is. So I'm going to change the headline to basically say she wins. Darline Graham wins GOP, wins South Carolina GOP Senate primary runoff. Again, she is a senator right now because she was appointed a senator by the governor to complete her brother Lindsey's term. Richard Maberly says, good for her. CNN has also called the race. CBS News has called the race. President Trump was a strong endorser of Darline Graham. I think he endorsed her before she even got into the race. Hey, thanks to Always Chasing the Rain for the memberships. I really appreciate that. Always Chasing the Rain. Thank you so much. Please thank Always Chasing the Rain if you got a membership. Thanks also to all of our moderators who have been with us. Please give me a second here. Thanks to Anonymous Gifter on Twitch, who gave a couple of gift subs over there. Several gift subs from Anonymous Gifter. Thanks also to Big Dog Gaming on Twitch. Thank you, Big Dog Gaming, for your support. That a little. It's a loud feed. I'm going to make the feed a little softer. You can see with the primary now up to 90% of the votes in, and Darline Graham is winning by a little less than 5%. This was not a. This was a close race. A close race there. 17,000 votes. Leave it over here. Checking for updates here. Very much appreciate everybody who's been watching. Oh, somebody's coming up on the stage. Somebody's walking across the stage.
I do know.
I'm hearing some talking. Any moment now, we're expecting to hear from Darline Graham. In all likelihood, she will continue to be the senator for the next 6 years. Oh, President Trump will probably post about this too. Hey, thanks so much to I Am Charlie, who says SC is red and Texas is too. Thanks for shouting out the mods too. Hey, I Am Charlie, that's very nice of you. Thanks so much for your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. President Trump's account did repost that like a graphic that says Darline Graham wins, endorsed by President Trump. Here's what his account says right now, real quick. See, it says Darline Graham wins, endorsed by President Trump. That's his Truth Social. No message yet, though. Susan Montaro says, so happy for her. Josh thinks she will be a great senator. People are hugging at the event. Look, people are hugging. They are hugging. They are still hugging. Oh, maybe it looks like a couple. I guess it's a couple hugging. I thought it might be just like campaign workers. I'm assuming it's a couple. The camera got a close-up of that. We are at 93% of the vote in. 93% of the vote is in. And Darline Graham is winning by about 17,000 votes by about 4.75%. This was a pretty close race. David says, or they're both in deep trouble now. Reuters reports that Darline Graham, sister of late U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham, won the Republican primary runoff in South Carolina for U.S. Senate. She was appointed to hold the Senate seat until the beginning of January following her brother's death in July. Again, she was endorsed by President Trump. Reuters says that Trump endorsed her candidacy. He did a rally for her last week and backed that up with large campaign contributions from his MAGA Inc. super PAC. Graham, 62, will face Democratic nominee Annie Andrews, a pediatrician, in the general election and is expected to prevail easily in the deeply conservative state. She had never held public office until her appointment to the Senate, having previously held positions advocating for persons with physical disabilities. Mike St. Louis thinks Trump's endorsement is why she almost lost. Remember, many of you know this, she had an appearance in a debate, about 2 weeks ago? About a week ago, actually. About a week ago, when she appeared in a debate and she was asked about a question about Taiwan and the South China Sea. And if I can get the quote for you, she had said, "I'm not that informed on national security." And she said, "National security is not my thing." So there was some question as to whether could that cost her the election. Carolyn Anay said her debate, she was truthful in the debate and it was amazing. Raisback says, how could you forget that debate? %93 of the vote in. Hang on a moment here. Thanks again to all of our moderators. Ruth is over there on YouTube right now moderating. Thank you, Ruth. Oopsie. Hang on. Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah on Twitch. Thanks for moderating there. Thanks to Ivory John for subscribing on Twitch and Big Dog Gaming on Twitch for your support. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Paul Anderson, K. Larry Body on Facebook. Andrea Holder. I'm going to turn this down for a second because they seem to be playing a little music. So we will bring you Darlene Graham's speech. Hey, quick shout out to our Twitch subscribers. I really appreciate your support for the channel, like Digital Communist, K the Mac, Strong One, Jimbo Slice. Jimbo Slice is a viewer. Thank you, Jimbo Slice, for watching. Allistic, thanks for being a subscriber. And Ivory John, K the Mac, Dowfeem. Thanks to all of our subscribers. CC, Big Dog Gaming, thank you. I am coming to you guys from Barcelona, Spain, where I'll be for a little while visiting. It is 3:20 a.m. here, but my plan is to cover news just like I would if I were at home, if I were in the United States. So that's the plan. So took a couple days to get everything set up. So far, fingers crossed, so far this stream has been working. Sorry we couldn't end up doing the earlier stream. We tried. Maybe I'll talk about the CIA director thing tomorrow. Hang on a moment. Yeah, I'm kind of not either. I'm kind of on a mixed. I'm not really on one time zone or the other right now. Shout out to our members on YouTube, people like Gary Baines, Gavlin and Maine, Roy, 1822, Jenny Allen, Dorn Machine, Himster, Lori Durstein, Richard Maberly, Raisback, Gary Baines, Sticky Frog, Carol Yane, Mr. Rubix, Evelyn in Maine, Red Girl, all of our YouTube members. Thank you. Gregory Scherer. Are they still playing the music there? No. A little noise here. It's a party. Oh no, now they're playing music, so I gotta turn it down. Our viewer, who said this? Our viewer, Ken Kina Ramos, says Lindsey must be so happy watching his sister winning. Oh, thanks. Appel says, I always watch on Spain time in the Netherlands. Oh, the camera is moving around now. The camera is moving. The camera is looking at these people. The camera is looking at these people. She's sort of dancing and singing. That guy is on the phone. Pre-breakfast banana says she's feeling it. We'll have the audio when she speaks. Not her. When Darline Graham speaks. Sorry if I'm yawning a little bit. I'm doing my best. But a few more days, I'll be a little more used to the time change. I'm seeing something. I'm seeing a person. There's a person on the stage. He is checking the podium. He's checking the podium. Thank you, Shiny O, for watching. Hey, Kevin Lloyd, thanks for watching from Truesdale, Missouri. Meredith Wark Angulo says, I'm sure she will try to do her best, which will be better than a lot of sitting senators if elected in November. Thank you, Dolly Clark, for subscribing and supporting on Facebook. Warren Tinsley, our viewer, says her qualifications to be a senator are what exactly? Oh, by the way, I don't have it here, but Ralph Norman, I think, just spoke. If I have that right. I think Ralph Norman already spoke. So we should be hearing from her right now, basically. All right, she's about to come out. Darline Graham's about to come out. Darline Graham is about to come out now. She is coming out now. It looks like we're going to hear from Darline Graham. According to Burgess Everett, in Ralph Norman's concession speech, he said that Democrats got what they wanted. He said, I accept it. I don't like it, but I accept it. He said he never knew why Trump got in the race. It is what it is. I'll accept it. All right, hang on a moment here. Maybe he's saying the Democrats got what they wanted because he thinks that it gives Democrats a better chance of winning in November. I mean, it is still overwhelmingly likely that she will win in November in South Carolina. Now they start to play some music. All right, any moment now, she'll be coming out. Clevac says Israel wins again. Hold on a moment here. So I keep checking the audio. I'll put the audio back on shortly. We are waiting. What percent of the vote is in now? This was not 95% of the vote in. Darline Graham up by about 20,000 votes, by about 5%. This is a pretty close race, guys. But Darline Graham up by about 5% with 95% of the vote in. Trial Watcher says she won. Wow, I didn't think she would. It was unclear who was going to win. The major betting markets that we checked had her at about 57% when the polls closed. 57% chance. We'll see what she has to say. We'll see what she has to say. We're going to hear from her. AP says, despite being a political unknown, Darline Graham bested some of South Carolina's top political names in the special election. AP says that on Monday, hold on a second. Yesterday, hold on, I think she's coming. The governor's, there's the governor. I think she's coming in right now. Hold on. Here we go. Governor McMaster.
Can I please ask that you not raise the sign? Thank you very much. Darlene.
Yes, sir.
Is this okay? Can I have this? Yes, absolutely. You can do whatever you want.
Everybody happy? We winning elections.
The audio is a bit off from the video.
Thanks.
There might be a little bit of an issue with the sync between the audio and the video, so please bear with me. I apologize if that's the case. Let me reset something here, but we might have to live with that sync problem until I fix it after the stream. So I may again, real quick, I may have to, after the stream, it looks like I'm going to have to fix, there's a sync between the audio and the video issue. Again, I'm in Spain right now, and I just kind of got everything set up. So I do apologize if the audio and video are off for this speech. I will fix it as soon as the broadcast is over. Oh, and thanks to Richard Maberly, who just gave 10 people memberships. That's really nice of you, Richard Maberly. Thanks so much for the memberships on YouTube. All right, so again, if I can fix it during, I will, but I may have to figure it out after. I don't at the moment know why it's doing that. I just have to figure it out.
He's smiling down on us.
Ram country, baby. There may be a way I can fix it once they start speaking, but that I'm going to have to check. That is the governor, Henry McMaster of South Carolina. Oops. We are waiting for her speech. She is not there yet. Not in the room yet. Maybe she's talking to President Trump. Could she be talking to President Trump right now?
I love it. I love it. I love it. Hey, I love it.
I can see out the door. Did she come? I didn't see her. Let's see. Hold on, they're playing the music. I have to wait until. Let's see. Hold on. I'll show you. I'll show when she comes in. I want to minimize the music playing. They just started playing music. There she is. There's Darline Graham right there. All right, there it is. There she is. Here's Darline Graham. I'll try to fix the audio and video.
So, South Carolina Republicans, I humbly accept your nomination to serve as the Republican nominee for the great state of South Carolina. Thank you, thank you, thank you. First, I want to thank the good Lord who got us through these past few weeks and gave me and my family the strength to keep going. I continue to miss Lindsey every day, and there is still a big hole in my heart. But I know he's looking down right now, very proud of everyone in this room. I want to thank President Trump for all of his support and his endorsement. Mr. President, Lindsey truly loved you and viewed you as one of his closest friends. I appreciate that bond and appreciate all that you've done for our country. Our victory would not have been possible without you, and we are truly grateful. South Carolina is truly Trump country. I also want to thank Senator Tim Scott, Governor Henry McMaster, Congressman Russell Fry, Congressman William Timmons, Jeannie Honeycutt, Cody Simpson, Hugh Weathers, and so many more Republican officials and candidates from across our state for their support. Politics is a team sport, and without you, we would not have won. All of you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you very much.
Senator Graham, we love you!
Thank you. Now I want to thank Team Graham, who have worked so very hard over the past several weeks. And through your own grief and tears, I know I could not have done it without you. You are truly amazing. You are the gold standard when it comes to helping people in South Carolina. Thank you for your service. To every volunteer who knocked on doors, made calls, and put up yard signs in the unbearable August heat, thank you. Campaigns are won on the ground, one conversation at a time, and you did that work. This victory would not have been possible without you. Now I want to thank my family. Larry, Nicole, Emily, Kyle, and my grandson Copeland, who's home in bed tonight right now, for standing with me. And most importantly, I want to thank everyone who prayed for me and voted for me today. So thank you all. The past few weeks have been an unbelievably challenging time for our family, but you know what? We did it! I have mixed emotions right now. I'm still feeling grief, heartache, and immense gratitude. So thank you all again. During the past several weeks, I've been amazed at the number of people Lindsey personally impacted and the legacy he left behind. Our state and nation are much better and safer because of him. Thank you, Lindsey, for your service to South Carolina and to this country. It's just not the same without you here. I also want to thank my opponent, Congressman Ralph Norman, and all the other Republican candidates who entered this race. Running for office is not an easy endeavor. I have learned that the hard way. I admire and appreciate your willingness to serve. As South Carolina Republicans, we are part of a large and sometimes disagreeable family of conservative voices, right? But we know that our family squabbles are minor compared to the major differences we have with our Democratic opponents. That's right. If you supported another candidate in this primary, please know that I will work hard to earn your trust and your support. People are moving to South Carolina in droves to get away from the blue state policies of the Democratic Socialists. Yeah. Yeah. I remember you. Massachusetts, right? We cannot and must not allow Democratic Socialists to gain a foothold in our conservative state like South Carolina. Tonight is a great victory, but it's not the finish line. In fact, it is the starting line for an even bigger fight which lies ahead. Liberals believe if they can defeat conservatives in South Carolina, then they can defeat us anywhere. Once again, they're coming for us and the South Carolina values we hold dear. For those who are not aware, you need to know that my Democratic opponent, Dr. Annie Andrews, is the most radical liberal ever nominated for a statewide office by the South Carolina Democratic Party. Her views are those of Bernie Sanders and AOC. If you like Kamala Harris for president, you're going to love Dr. Annie Andrews. No person in South Carolina has pushed harder for the absolutely terrible idea of turning confused little boys into little girls and vice versa than Annie Andrews. Gun control, government-run health care, abortion until the moment of birth, bad idea after bad idea, Annie Andrews backs them all. I have a different background and vision for our state. I'm a hard worker with a servant's heart. I grew up in the back of a bar and liquor store in one room in central South Carolina. My parents worked long, hard hours to make ends meet. We didn't take vacations. If they were sick, they had to get up and go to work because the doors weren't open, we weren't making money. My mother passed away when I was 11 and my father just over a year later. For the past 30 years, I've worked hard for the people of South Carolina, and for the past 7 years, I've led a state agency. And I understand the struggles facing South Carolina families because I've faced them too. As your senator, I will continue to work to grow our economy and put South Carolina families first. But I cannot do it without your help. We learned earlier today that my Democrat Socialist opponent is launching a massive advertising effort tomorrow morning funded by a blue wave of cash from outside South Carolina. So we don't have time to waste. Go to darlinegraham.com to join the team. You know what I was doing there? Channeling a little bit of Lindsey, right? darlinegraham.com. But you can volunteer or donate for the cause. Please give $10 or $15. darlinegraham.com so we can go fight back. Finally, South Carolina has walked a difficult path this year. We lost a giant in Lindsey. We've grieved as a family, and we've all grieved together as a state, haven't we? But tonight, you know what? We stand back up the way South Carolinians have done and look forward to the future. South Carolina was founded by fighters, and we are fighters. We will fight for South Carolina with everything we have. So to every Republican, every independent, and every South Carolinian, the battle lies ahead. Join us in this fight. God bless South Carolina, and God bless the greatest country in the history of the world, the United States of America.
Darline Graham. So that was Darline Graham. We just heard her speak. We heard her speak about her opponent in November. critical of her opponent, her Democratic opponent, and she will, I mean, highly likely she will win in the deep red state of South Carolina and win a full term in the U.S. Senate, full 6-year term. And you can see that this was a pretty close race tonight with over 95% of the vote in, if I'm reading that right. About 16,000 votes separate them. Let's see here real quick. Over 95% of the vote in. Yes, she's winning by about 17,000 votes by about 4.5%. By about 4.5%. Take a few more comments from you guys. I just don't want to be playing the music. I'm glad I got the audio and video fixed for you. Hang on a second here. Let's do this. Hold on a second here. Ping thinks it is a pretty strong margin of victory. Chicken Prepper says, awesome news. Our viewer Silvac says, free healthcare isn't communism. Red Girl said she had a rough start in life. Hoagie thought it was an effective script. Whereas trying to read some more of these comments here. Jeremy Wilson said, we all love you, Darlene. Roland Deliart says the midterms are going to be highly entertaining. Dorn Machine loves her glasses. Evelyn in Maine says, time will tell. Mr. Weskers says, more money to more wars is all this means. Gina Pina says, I don't love Darlene. You know what? It's a good question. How is the turnout compared to the primary? Now, this was right around what DDHQ said it was going to be. I think DDHQ expected about 380,000 votes. So the turnout was what it was expected to be at the start of the day, pretty much. But in terms of how it compares to, I have to find it here. I can go to DDHQ and see. 2026 Senate, as we look at Darline Graham live. Yes, more people voted in the runoff than in the primary, interestingly. The primary, around 336,000 people voted in the primary, and about 300, what is it? It's about 370 right now. So there are more people right now who voted in the runoff than in the primary. I don't know if that usually works like that. But there was not a drop-off. There was a gain, which is interesting. I mean, Darline Graham got 32% in the primary. She got roughly 32%, about 109,000 votes, and now she has 193,000, I think it is. And Ralph Norman got 82,000, and he has 175,000. She is taking a selfie. Are they still playing music there? Let's see. Yes. All right, so Darline Graham is leaving the room. She is leaving the room. Maybe if she, well, I don't think I'd have video of it. If she has a debate, maybe the debate that she has with her opponent in the if they have one before the November election, which is not that far from now, maybe we'd cover it. I don't know. Annie Andrews is the, just to show you who she is running against. Dr. Annie, says Mr. Clam. Here is who she is running against. Let me just do this real quick. There's so much on the screen. That is Annie Andrews, an American pediatrician who is the Democratic nominee for the 2026 U.S. Senate election in South Carolina. She was running against Lindsey Graham, but then Lindsey Graham passed away. She moved to South Carolina in 2009, worked for 14 years at a children's hospital in Charleston as a pediatric hospitalist. It's a certain kind of medicine. Okay, I wonder, does she have her campaign website? Let me just check this. I just want to maybe show you some of the views. This is her campaign website, DrAnnieAndrews.com. She said she's running for U.S. Senate because families are struggling in ways that we should never accept as normal. So she seems to be emphasizing affordability, also access to affordable quality health care. So just to show you some of that, you can go to her campaign site and look at it if you want to, but she talks about healthcare as a right, not a privilege, an economy that works for working people, reproductive freedom, trust women, end to gun violence. I haven't read through this, but immigration, security with dignity, no more endless wars, she says. Anyway, just to give you a sense of what her campaign is, but you can go check it out if you want at her campaign website. Oh, thanks, by the way, too. God Frieza. God Frieza, thank you so much from New Zealand. God Frieza, I really appreciate that. You know, it's also important. I mean, Russell Fry came in third in the primary, and he endorsed her. I think he had about 19%. So I would think he played a significant role in this too. We'll take a few more comments here. But Darline Graham. Guys, Darline Graham won. There it is. 52, won by about 5%. Beth Tudor says she is South Carolinian and she is voting for Annie. Dorn Machine says Russell Fry helped. Mr. Weskers thinks Annie Andrews has no chance. Carolina Terry says, no way, I'd vote for, I think she means Annie Andrews, not Darline Graham. She said her, but I think she was talking about Andrews. We'll definitely, of course, be covering the election in November, obviously. And I'm guessing, we might have, as we get closer, if there are big rallies that either Democrats or Republicans have that I think might be interesting for you guys to see and cover, maybe we will cover some of the rallies. I don't know if I'll have access to debate footage, but if I do, and I feel like it's going to be, newsworthy and interesting for you, then we can cover debate stuff too. So we will have more election coverage as things develop. By the way, thanks to I Am Charlie. I Am Charlie says Democrats know free health care would cost $3 to $4 trillion a year. Thanks so much, I Am Charlie, for your support. Dorn Machine says we love a good rally. Thanks, Neko Jita, for subscribing on Twitch, by the way, and also Big Dog Gaming for your support on Twitch. And Crypto King, thanks for shouting out our mods, Crypto King, and for your support. Jordan Stobbs thinks she is incapable of doing her job. I don't know if Jordan is talking about Darline Graham. All right, I think we're getting close to that time here, guys. It is about 10 o'clock Eastern time. It is about 4 a.m. Spain time. I am visiting Spain, but me being in Spain will not stop us from doing live breaking news coverage. It did stop us earlier today, but that's because I hadn't gotten everything fixed that I need to get fixed when I got here. So it always takes a couple streams to figure things out. I'm actually glad thankfully, no huge problems this stream. Let's hope that's a good sign for the coverage on the trip and that we don't face major technical difficulties. So I'm glad that we were able to get the set up and the stream was able to work. And hopefully in the going forward from Spain, the streams will be similar in that not having huge technical difficulties. So again, my plan is to cover the same amount of news I would cover here that I cover when I'm home. However, I will quickly mention I'm probably going to do some additional streams, not about the news, on my personal channel. So if you're interested in seeing the live streams from Spain when I do them, not about politics, not about the news. My personal channel is called Lookner on YouTube, and on Twitch it is called Look Nerd. I never show the Twitch channel. Show that as well. If I can pull it up here. Look Nerd. There it is. There's the Twitch channel. Look Nerd. Anyways, so I really appreciate you guys being here for the stream. Really appreciate you tuning in. I'm glad we got to cover this. I'm glad we were able to make things work and cover it for you. And again, when there's breaking news, even though I'm in Spain, I will be covering it. So look forward to covering more news and doing the streams on my personal channel as well. But I really appreciate people being here for the stream. We got to take a lot of comments tonight, which was fantastic. So I'm glad about that. And more news to come. Thanks for sending in your comments. Thanks also everybody who was participating in the chat. And thanks for news updates and updates that you guys were seeing. And let's give a huge shout out to our moderators, because they are awesome, and they are the reason that we can have chats. And oops, oh, I still have the clock up. Yeah, the polls are obviously closed. Okay, thank you so much to our moderators. We have, we could not have our chats without our moderators, especially for the politics streams. Deadwing and Ruth over there on YouTube moderating, thank you so much. And all of our other YouTube moderators, huge thank you for being here. And also on Facebook, Paul Anderson and Kay Lowry Body and Andrea Holder and our other moderators there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Twitch, our moderators. people like Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Sarah, and our other moderators there. Thank you so much. And huge thanks for everybody who supported the channel tonight. That was so nice of you guys. Really appreciate your support. Very kind of you. Thanks for, hopefully I think I thanked everybody. But again, thanks so much. That's what allows the channel to exist. Did I thank Ivory John? Hopefully I did before. But again, thank you so much for your support of the channel. Very, very kind of you. I really appreciate it. And let's see. Did I thank? Yeah, I think I got everybody. So, and I do apologize. I did try to do a stream earlier today on Dolly Parton's sad passing and the CIA director visiting Moscow. And unfortunately, I ended up not being able to do that stream and had to stop it after we came on the air because there were just too many technical difficulties that I still had to deal with here. But so I ended that stream, got those ironed out, and then we were able to do this stream. So it's possible that we will talk about one or both of those on a future stream. Maybe in the coming days I can do a stream where I talk about some of that. I'm not ruling it out, but that's why we didn't cover it. Is that there literally was a stream up, and I just deleted it when I got off the air because it wasn't worth keeping up there. So again, condolences to the family of Dolly Parton, an American institution. I will also, while I'm here, I'm still going to be posting on my X account, posting breaking news like I do on X. So if you want to keep up on X with my breaking news account there, you can go there. It's called @Lookner. That's what it looks like, @Lookner on X. I'll post the link to that. And I would suggest turn on the notifications. I never know when we're going to go live, when there's going to be big breaking news. So if you want to make sure you get notified before we go live, every time we go live for free, sign up for the free Discord notifications. We have a free notification system. It works great, and you only have to sign up once, and it's free to sign up, and then you get notified when we go live. The link, the mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat, and also you can find that link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. I would sign up for those. And another good way to find out, and if you're on X, what I would do is I would also follow us on X, because I always post there before we're going live too, @AgendaFreeTV on X. You know, we also have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air for free. Our free Discord chat, a bunch of our viewers like doing that. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And also, big thanks to our Discord mods who mod our Discord chat. Thank you so much, Discord mods. Also, if you're on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. If you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, what you need to do is subscribe to the channel, click the bell, and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, well, just click the bell and choose all notifications. Make sure you have that done so you get the notifications. Let me also shout out a couple more people here. Oops. I'm relieved that we got through a stream with no major technical difficulties. Again, let's hope that continues during the trip. That would be a good thing. I do want to thank our Facebook subscribers who support the channel. Dolly Clark and Diane Allworth and Kristen McConnell Gates and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Huge thanks for subscribing over there. Our Twitch subscribers who support the channel, thank you so much. I gotta do this. Mr. Clam, Strong One, Wall Street, Shaggy, Jack's Animals, Sarah, Simp Nasty, Gray Leaf, Seed Music, Mr. Mac, Digital Communist, Allistic. Thank you all of our other Twitch subscribers. Huge thanks, and our YouTube members. Shout out to our YouTube members: Crypto King, Jerry Kovacs, Deletomatic, CAC813, Dorm Machine, Patricia Grace, Jerry Kovacs, Mike A, the one and only, Teresa, Contranos, Red Girl, and all of our other YouTube members. Thank you, YouTube members. I do want to quickly, if I can, let me show you this real quick. This is live, and that's in Los Angeles at the Hollywood Walk of Fame at Dolly Parton's Star. Right there. That's a live shot right there. Oops, but it sounds crazy. So, condolences to the family of Dolly Parton, certainly. Okay. Crypto King, thanks for being a member. Thanks, Miss Gina, for watching. And also, all of our X viewers, thanks for those who watched on X as well. Oh, Roland asked if there was a DSA candidate running in South Carolina. I don't know, but Dr. Annie Andrews, I don't think is a DSA member. Is she? She's the Democratic nominee. I don't know for sure. I didn't see anything about her being in the DSA. I'm not aware of it. Beth Tudor Eskridge thinks there's no DSA candidate there. I don't know who all the candidates are there, so I'm not sure, but she's the Democratic nominee. Okay, we are wrapping up this stream. Darren Charlo, thanks to Darren. If I didn't thank you, thanks for moderating as well, Darren Charlo. All right, guys. Thanks, Michelle Batten, for watching. Beth Tudor Eskridge, Kevin Lloyd, Sandy Lucas, all of our other viewers. All right. So again, really appreciate you tuning in for the broadcast. I'm glad that we were able to make everything work and actually do a broadcast free of major technical difficulties. Good. That's good. At least things are working for right now. So while I am here in Spain, again, I will be trying to cover all the big news I would cover at home. But I'm glad at least the setup is working right now. So that is it for now. Thanks again so much for watching, and we'll see you soon for more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.